Oh, that's enough. I mean, that's enough for now, but, eh, stuff, whatever. Anyway, hi to anybody that's out there. Anybody? We're gonna just finish off case 3 of Spirit of Justice, the Rite of Turnabout. Yep, nothing too fancy. Just gonna get to it. Let me load it up. So, huge turn of events transpired last time, um, where we last left off. So, let me catch you all up to speed. All right. So, so after our first day of investigation, we went to court, the Hall of Justice in Kurion. We saw Rafa's insight. We went through Tarust and me's final memories, and we found quite a bit of a contradiction in Rafa's insight, where so when Rafa heard the accused's approaching footsteps and smelled her incense laden robes, that would be Maya. Um, we in the foots there was so in that statement, the footsteps sound. Maya supposedly approached the victim, but her footsteps would be strange in that case because they didn't get louder. And to elucidate the contradiction, Rafa refined the sensation by deepening her communication she deepened her communication with the victim's soul, and the footsteps became bells. And the only person hearing the bells at the crime scene was Trust. That would mean it was him who was approaching Lady Kira in that vision. And then she amended her statement. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. And on that statement, um, there was water that came after the bell sound. With Rafa's refinement, the sounds heard by the victim are much clearer, and it was the victim who moved. He must have walked into the water. That changes Maya's location during the night of the crime. And if the rite was conducted exactly how it was supposed to be, then Trust wouldn't have walked into the springs as he approached Lady Kira. That reverses their original positions. So, Rafa updated the statement. He rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the poolside lantern. So, by the poolside lantern, so at the lantern, while the wind was blowing, normally there would have been wind guards on the lantern. So how did the flame flicker? Rafa is not impressed with our findings and refines the vision to show that the lantern indeed lacks a wind guard, but they just were removed for the rite of fire, then put back on by the police to keep the flame from being extinguished. And on that third statement, we selected the lantern when the victim was looking to the right. We hesitate a bit before presenting that contradiction, but there's no way around it. The lantern's broken. Meanwhile, however, the lantern behind Lady Kira is intact. So we're looking at two different lanterns. Based on this, Maya and trusted these positions. We can tell we could tell based on those facts, you can tell Maya and trust in these positions. And then in truth, you based your argument on a faulty premise. Maya, where was she based in the broken lanterns? She was in between the broken and bottom right lantern. Maya was standing where she was supposed to, according to the customs. But nevertheless, the victim was to move towards the spring, and the victim was not facing Maya when he was moving. There's a moment in the vision where the view is obscured by a piece of scripture, and during that time, the victim turned around. The error in the insights pertains to the number of people there. The victim sensed someone behind him, turned around and saw a third party dressed as Lady Kira, who killed him when he approached. Raifa doesn't have anything to counter your claims and allows Nayuta to take control of the trial. The judge asked who the third party was, so you decide to present evidence. We presented Lady Kira's warning. The victim was warned not to perform the rite, but he performed it anyway and was killed. So our theory is that the killer was the rebel hunter. Your insinuation that the high priest was a rebel offends Nayuta, the gallery, and even the judge. Nayuta calls an eyewitness's stand to disprove your claims of a third party. So it turns out to be the strange man we encountered in the investigation, who introduced himself as Anonymous TBD, a name he was given after he suffered from amnesia. But while he has forgotten his name and past, he still remembers what he saw and testifies as to that. And then, so in Anonymous, he testified at the night of the murder. And when he mentioned he used his binoculars to spy on the Rite at the inner sanctum, we presented the ritual curtain on that statement. It was impossible to see what was happening because the ritual curtain will block the vision of anyone who tried to peek on the inner sanctum. Inmis says that he didn't actually see the accused herself, and then explains how he managed to see the crime happening regardless. So, Inmis mentioned the figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. Not so fast. So we present the Rite's guide on that statement. If you take a look at the Rite's guide, you can see that the Rite is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. If the moon was shining from the west, and the shadows would have been cast eastward, while Mr. Inmis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum, that means the witness couldn't have seen any shadowy figures, and the lanterns couldn't have cast the shadows because the flames were too small. Inmis still claims to have seen the shadows. So the truth is that he was somewhere else. None of the mountains to the east of the inner sanctum are close enough to get a good view, which must mean that he was at the inner sanctum. There's now a possibility that he was the third party, as seen in the divination seance. But we don't have any evidence proving that he would have gotten up there, and it was closed off to all but the victim and the defendant. And the stairs in the Plaza of Devotion are the only way up. So Inmis gives further testimony about where he was that night. So back at his testimony, he was like, I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. On that statement, where it would have been impossible to get there in the first place, could there have been a way for him to get to the inner sanctum without attracting attention? Yes, because he fell from the sky. We claim that Inmis parachuted down to the sanctum, but Nayuta instantly counters by saying that the inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge, on a sheer cliff. So it would have been hard to do even if the weather was clear. We point out a building at the very top of the mountain, which Nayuta says is a prison. The prisoners are carried up to the facility via helicopter. And then Nayuta adds that no parachute or related equipment was found at the scene. Mr. Inmis then gave a new statement. It's not like I can fly through the air either. So we presented the Sanctum prayer flags on that statement. Immis couldn't have skydived without any gear, but we found the banner sewn together from prayer flags at the scene, which could easily have functioned as a parachute. Immis finally admits that he was at the inner sanctum, but only by accident, and that the banner wasn't a parachute, but a homemade paraglider. Immis testifies further about this accident. So then he was like, that evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider, but just as Mount Pony Pony was drawing near, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. So on that statement, we pressed that statement. He explained that the accident happened because a sudden gale force wind made him lose control, and then he added a new piece of testimony. Gale force winds came out of nowhere, so I made an emergency landing on that sanctum. So we presented the May 9th newspaper on that statement. So he claimed that the gale force winds caused him to lose control, but the weather reports from that day indicated that the area around the inner sanctum would experience calm conditions and clear skies, making it impossible for there to have been any strong winds that day. And indeed, without wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain, making his paraglider argument invalid. If that is the case, where did he really start from to reach the sanctum? So he pointed to the prison at the top of the mountain. If he couldn't have flown from the bottom, the only place above that he could have really started from is above. The only place above the inner sanctum is Royal Penitentiary number 4. So then we raised a series of possibilities now that we've proven that Immis parachuted down to prison, that he killed the priest, that he sent the warning, and that he's a rebel hunter, Lady Kira. Strangely, Nayuta doesn't refute your point, and instead asks you know Immis' true identity. So we presented the wanted poster. It will be almost impossible for a mere parachutist to find to land so precisely on a small spot like the inner sanctum, or even build a parachute of his own. Only a paratrooper, or a former one, could have pulled that off, and indeed there is a recent prison escape who used to serve as a paratrooper. That's a rebel. Prosecutor Samadi agrees with your supposition, but he reminds you about the letter that was sent to the victim, and more specifically, that he claimed it was sent by the rebel hunter, Lady Kira. That's a rebel is a rebel, the Defiant Dragons, which means that he could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels. Immis admits that he is in fact that's a rebel. He says that his memory became foggy because he hit his head on impact, and he ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain, meaning that his eyewitness testimony was a big lie. And then he called Mr. Samadi UT and mentions that he forgot the will of the dragon before making his escape. So they know each other? And what is the will of the dragon? So it seems that Dat's appearances in court was just a waste of time. And hang on. But Nayuta presents something that he dropped as he made his escape. A torn letter containing direct orders from Dirk. Wait, haven't you seen something like this before? We have. We presented the blood-stained letter. So if you put the torn letter scrap together with this blood-stained letter, you should be able to read it. It details the plan that Dats was given to escape. Using the lamp lights as a landmark, he was to parachute down to the inner sanctum, and upon the rite's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robes and make his escape. You theorize that Dats killed Charust because he tried to thwart his escape, but Nayuta reminds you that the plan wouldn't have worked without Trust's cooperation, as Dats would have looked too conspicuous otherwise. This means that not only did Dats not kill Trust, but the High Priest was in fact a rebel as well. So if Dats is no longer a suspect, then that means that Maya's the only suspect, but still, there's one thing left unresolved that you need to investigate. So when asked what this is, we said that it was a third party. That's a rebel cannot be the real Lady Kira. So who was it that you saw in the seance vision? But Nayuta explains that the defendant simply draped Lady Kira's robes over the Warbod statue in the spring. So in order to fool the seance vision, the judge, convinced by Nayuta's logic, has no choice but to hand down his verdict. And lest you forget, you're operating under the Defense Culpability Act, so Maya's punishment is Phoenix's punishment. So at that time, both Maya and Phoenix were found guilty. But just then, the bailiff interrupted the verdict, saying that a body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion. A body has been found in the Plaza of Devotion! And in this body, the murder weapon has been found. Lady Kira's Warbod dagger. And this dagger has Maya's fingerprints on it. Does that mean that Maya is the real Lady Kira? The similarities don't stop there either. They were both first sighted in the country about 2 years ago. In addition, the warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom, despite the fact that his house was locked up tight at the time. And this means it could only have been delivered by someone who could have entered and left the house freely. In other words, Maya Fey. Now, Maya has a clear motive for killing the High Priest, and in addition, she killed another rebel. The judge says that although the verdict has already been reached, the second murder must be investigated before any further conclusions can be drawn. The judge adjourns the trial for another day. Even though the charge against Maya has been upped, there is a silver lining that we got to live to see another day for now. Yeah, it's pretty intense. Alright, well, hope anybody out there enjoyed that recap. I just felt like doing a recap. Hang on, everybody. I gotta make sure situate it. All right. All right then. Here goes. Let me make sure I post it in the important channels. All right. I forgot one channel. All right. Okay then. Court is back in session. Well, we're gonna go investigate. I mean, May 11th, 1:03 p.m. Temple. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Yep. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court finds the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty. Ah! Mr. Wright, Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now, I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Samadi. Yes. This dagger. It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zalat, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zalat's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Uh-oh. Poor Rafa. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking. Guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. I see she hasn't lost any of her charm. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Matama yet again? This cannot be! This cannot be. Uh, all I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. Obstinacy. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. That manipulation. Grrr. Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head. Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course. That is the only explanation. I was just trying to cheer her up. Now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred Hall of Justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today, I'll be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lots in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Alright. Alright. So let's see. Okay. Let me just get situated again. Forgot to get my list in case anybody shows up. Alright. Let's talk to Rafa. Any ideas? That boy has grown far too close to you. He will require re-education if he persists in befriending lawyers. Re-education? What exactly does that entail? First, he must meditate upon Lady Kira for 48 hours in the prayer pose. How is that re-education? It sounds more like torture to me. What to do? Barbhead, you have an investigation to conduct, do you not? Get on with it. Yes, but why does she always have to be like this? What? Would you have preferred that tour guide boy tag along instead? Huh? Oh, hmm. It would appear I have read your mind most accurately. That smile of hers is downright scary. Alright. Right. I already got flavor text. And then, of course, she wants this. Hee hee hee. Alright. The silly plume Punisher theme. Alright. We'll give this a listen before it loops. Hello, Master Remastered. We are back on the case. I just gave my huge recap of what went down. Alright. I mean, can always check my VOD, because it's a lot. But anywho. Um... Yeah. Short version. So, last night, um... we couldn't figure out that there was a third party in the murder of what's his face? Trust in Me. So Maya and myself, Phoenix Wright, was found guilty. But then after the guilty verdict was handed down, suddenly the bailiff comes in and turns out that somebody else was killed at the Devotion Plaza, and then they found the missing Warbod dagger, and it turns out it had Maya Fey's fingerprints on it. So, now we gotta do this other investigation of the second person who had died. It's like, oh boy, we just got out of the guilty verdict, but now she's being charged twice for a crime that she didn't commit. Yeah. Alright. So we're just gonna... Before I go out of here, let's examine stuff. I'm not a Kuranist, but maybe if I prayed with all my might, the Holy Mother will help me. Who am I kidding? I have to figure out how to solve this case myself. You got that right, Phoenix. I can hear the monks' prayers all the way over here. Maybe the Holy Mother would answer mine if I slipped in with theirs. Here goes. Please let me save my FA. Silly. I look a little haggard in my reflection. It's like the water's showing me how I feel on the inside. Wait, what am I doing? I have to stay strong, especially for Maya. So yeah, I'm still roughly in the beginning of this investigation. We're just on our way to investigate now. Let's see, I think that's everything here. Nothing important to find. Alright, we're off to the Plaza of Devotion. Oh no. Yeah, that's where he found the other dead monk. May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Yep, that dude's no longer praying there. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. Yep. To think someone will be killed here. A place devoted to prayer. Yep. A body outline and flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. As the high priest disciple, acolyte Zalat was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth, this is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Oh, Emma. Emma! Yay. It's that detective from your country again. Eep! It's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no, no, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine, Mr. Wright, but it's no use crying over spilt milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Yeah, yeah. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. Alright. So now, we should have talked to... Well, before we talk... Actually, no, we'll talk. The incident. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Pare Zalat. Praise a lot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the rite wrapped up. So during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, it barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zalat's body. Oh. The dude was still praying, and the dude just, got stabbed. Or, appeared to be stabbed. That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful, you think? Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? Yes. It's peach-shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. But the victim remained bent over in prayer, and when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Crime photo, Zalat added to the court record. Killed in the Plaza of Devotion. He has a peach-shaped tattoo on the nape of his neck. Yeesh. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification. Okay. Hang on. Alright, we're good. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zalat with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Zalat's autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was a spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. Yeesh. Hooray Zalat's autopsy report. Time of death, May 10th, 4 a.m. to 5 a.m. Cause of death, spinal cord injury from a stab wound to his back. The weapon is thought to be the Warbod dagger. The same weapon used to kill the High Priest. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, barbed head, out with it. Ugh. Man, hope I don't have to replace this soon. Alright, we're good. Testing, testing, we're good. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? Humph, I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it will be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Samadhi holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. You got that right. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination science. Well, your science is not scientific. It's magical, I guess. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Yeah. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see, I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head. Present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest, after all. You're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have been seen something. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How is that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Oh, right, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer, they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you chose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence, the dagger. Sadly, yes. Murder weapon. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbod dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. Warbod dagger has been added to the court record. A dagger modeled after a warbod, said to have been used by Lady Kira. Oh boy. Let's see. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zalat. What do the police think about this matter? Motive. Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zalat. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zalat was a disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel, and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree at a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Alright, let's present stuff. Let's see. Based on the estimated time of death, we believe he was killed during the rite itself. It appears he was stabbed in the upper back with a dagger and died instantly. But there were so many people here. How could no one have noticed? I know. I can't believe it either. I guess they were just that focused on their prayers or something. Alright, same text. Maya's fingerprints were found on the dagger that was used in the murder. The police are therefore investigating her as their prime suspect. The evidence is irrefutable, with no room for argument. I really don't want to treat Maya as a suspect, but based on the evidence and police reports I received so far, it's not looking good. Not good? More like, how could it get any worse? Okay, it's time to investigate. Acolyte Zalat was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. Alright. So... we'll check here, and then the flowers. Acolyte Zalat died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zalat. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Namanda flower. A flower the Koranese use to pay tribute to the departed, expresses heartfelt sympathy. Alright, let's show the flower to Emma. Nope, no reaction for that. Alright. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag added to the court record. A brand new prayer flag found at the Plaza of Devotion has some writing on it. Okay, that message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, Detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Senmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright, and good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Okay. The act of abandoning someone or something. Just state of being abandoned and uncared for. Dereliction. Yep. Alright. Let's see. Let us talk to Rafa. So, are you ready to give up Barbed Head? Any more of this will cause Lady Envy to suffer more than she already is. I understand what you mean, but I can't give up that easily. After all, I have to defend Maya in court. Stubborn fool. But you have already been found guilty. If you wish to continue floundering about, I suppose now is your last chance. I'll take every chance I can get. What to do? What? Have you given up already? Not even close. Still, it does feel like I'm barely threading water over here. Water? Do all the people of your country go for a swim when they are troubled? If so, seek the rivers on the edge of town. There you will find all the water you need. Go ahead, paddle to your heart's content. English idioms go right over her head. Rafa. Ah, the second murder victim. Did you know Acolyte is a lot too, your benevolence? I knew of him. I know he had been living under the care of Abbot Inme at his home, but little else. You mean like how they're letting me stay at the temple? Are you seriously trying to insult the poor victim with your comparison, you filthy dog? Hey, what was that comparison for? Jeez. That is the sacred dagger used in the purification rite. In using it for murder, the vile criminal known as Maya Fey shall be cursed for all eternity. Nothing's been proven yet, so stop treating her like a criminal. Now, how do explain the accused's fingerprints all over the dagger then? And the fact that Abbot Imni was slain with this very weapon. I hate it when I have no comeback. A new flag was found at the Plaza of Devotion with scribbled on it. At the usual spot, ring grub, the key too. Alright. Let us go to the High Priest's house next. Oh, May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello. I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head. You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Miss Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Pare? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I could talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First my dear husband and now Pare? Miss Inme, you don't really believe that Maya is a killer, do you? Uh, I... I don't know. But that was the verdict. So what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. That is all I have right now. My faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe? My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Kruidism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Oh, God. Uh... Alright, let's talk about Parazalot and Trucy. No, Leave Trucy out of that. Oh man, that's funny. Trucy has been through enough, but I get you though. Hey, Astro dude. Trucy does her magic tricks, and Apollo and Athena have their lawyers stuff. I mean, they're lawyers. Anyway, hooray Zalat. How did Acolyte Zalat end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Pare collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? Oh. And he'd been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurayan. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zalat lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Alright, so now we shall examine stuff and stuff. Let's see. Pictures of the queen and her husband, the justice minister of Kurayan. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well, yes, they are very awe-inspiring. Cough. Anyway. Barbed head, it appears you are quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in there. In here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Alright. Now we check this photo. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zalat, and Maya. Aw. This is so nice. Aw. And there's the watch, the Steel Samurai watch, the Blue Punisher strap. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Indy about it. Family photo added to the court record. A picture of Maya and the High Priest family taken during the Feast of Blessings on the day before the rite. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the two men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. Humph, that smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. I'll prove Maya's smile is the real deal. Jeez. Oh, Maya. Alright, and now let's talk to... We will show... Oh wait, what happens if I were to... Hold up. That's... It's a strap that Maya received. Would you happen to know anything about it? It's for the plumed Punisher action hero. Of course she knows Barbed Head. It's only the most popular show in all of Korean. It would seem that the royal priestess is more familiar with the matter than I. What? No, I was simply advocating on behalf of the show's fans. Sure. Alright, hang on. Is there any flavor text here? Oh, poor Paray. He has joined my husband in the Twilight Realm. He was so full of life before he went out to the plaza. This must be most difficult for you. It is like losing a family member. What's that, dear? Yes, you're right. I don't know what would have become of me if my husband were not here by my side. Is there anything you can tell me about Acolyte Zalat that might help? He was a kindly young man. Let us leave it at that. Okay. Alright. I know I gotta show the photo. I was just looking for flavor text. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? The day before. This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. The Feast of Blessings. Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite. So the day before it's performed, we enjoy dishes full of gingeal, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You love the you love the gingeal dish-based dishes I made, didn't you, dear? Gingeal, I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite, and only between noon and 3 p.m. And only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Hooray went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. Ah, okay. That's what that means. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Parade left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Believed statement added to the court record. Let's see. Hold on. Supplication, the act of humbly, earnestly, or desperately asking for help, usually in the form of a prayer to a deity or a respectful entreaty to a higher power. Okay. Let's see. Hmm. Let me, alright. We got Belieb's statement. So Acolyte Zalat went out to pray the afternoon before the rite, according to the newspaper. May 9th newspaper, today's purification rite. On the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. Ray always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. Because his name was Praise a Lot. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I had made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Miss Indy, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Alright. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, we're done here. Believed statement. The family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with ginger. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite, and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. Your own statement. Alright. Alright. So, we shall now head off to the detention center. Well, there's Maya. May 11th. Detention center. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so tired. I mean, sorry. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you. It's just... Don't worry. Maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait, was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted, and hold it right there, your benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya, what is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me, and that is why I told you it will come to. No, no, it won't. Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client, no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. For we have the divination sayings. But your insights were wrong. Oh, no. I mean, they were. Don't get salty. Nyeh. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? She dares. You know nothing. You, phony baloney. Please, you two, enough already. Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Yeah, 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 the way she was raised. Uh, all right. Let's see. It's my Plume Punisher strat. There's only one of them in the entire world. I'll treasure it here for the rest of my life. Your benevolence, I can't help but notice how hard you're stirring at the strap. Me? Want that? Sorry, but you are sorely mistaken. Hey, your benevolence, would you let me out of here in exchange for the strap? Oh god, she's thinking about it. What a preposterous idea! It didn't stop you from entertaining it, though, did it? Oh, it's so funny. First Abbot Indy and now Acolyte Zealot. Spare me your crocodile tears. We both know it was you who slew those pious men. No, it wasn't me. Nick, how can we make her understand? Probably only by getting to the bottom of this. Probably only getting to the bottom of things in court tomorrow. Yep. Yeah, the same thing. Warbod dagger. I can't believe the sacred dagger was used in a murder. Only a truly irreverent individual would dare do such a thing. And it was your fingerprints that were found upon the weapon. How do you explain that? I used the dagger during our rehearsals. That's why it has my fingerprints on it. And how do I know you are not lying? Uh, why won't you believe me? Just let it go, Maya. There's no changing her mind right now. Alright. She wouldn't know nothing about the flower. We took this picture during the Feast of Blessings, before all these unthinkably tragic things happened. Unthinkable? I doubt that. You were surely plotting your murderous rampage at the time. I was thinking of nothing of the sort, especially not during that meal. The smell of ginger was so strong, I couldn't think of anything else. Yes, well, it is a rather intense aroma. Wow, do I even want to know how strong the smell ginger gives off up close? Alright, let us talk. Alright, yeah. Zalot's murder. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the right onward. Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy, and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Hoorays a lot. Were you close to Acolyte Zalot? Um, we met several times during the meetings about the Rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Rite? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know, salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? Uh, heck yeah. Eldoon's Noodles, everybody. Well, Maruchan, but you know, we love our Eldoon's Noodles here. You know the salty noodles at Eldoon's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. Um, so what was Acolyte Zalot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Miss Inley's description of events. Lady Kira's identity. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? Hmm. When the rite startled, it was just me and Abbott Inley. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. I know. Huh. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plume Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret plumed Punisher bases here in Kurian? Can we please stop talking about the Plume Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes or your favorite burger joint. Your you pick. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. Uh, El Dune. You can have whatever you like, but first I have to beat the charges. I almost forgot. What is it? I have a favor to ask. Okay, but why are we whispering? I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding on to it for me? Sure, so what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops. Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains secrets? Imagine that. Hmm. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Yay. Alright. Uh, we shall now get the Tome of Secrets from the High Priest's house. Purification Rite serial murder. Defendant Maya Fey, age 28, victim Perez a lot. Maya is suspected in the serial killings. The victim was killed while praying to Lady Kira. Jeez. Alright. Back to the High Priest's house. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Inby's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I am watching you like a warbot, barbed head. You had better not steal anything. I will never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if he'd stop interrupting me. I know, right? Jeez. Here's Maya's bag. Hmm, what is, what is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. He looks strikingly similar to the Plume Punisher. They are similar, but The Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plume Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plume Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Tome of Secrets added to the court record. A Tome of Secrets. A tome given only to the one who will play the role of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hang on. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representative must know her name. That name is Imsen. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Hmm. Imsen. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoop! Oh. Ah, you fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? We are cursed. Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Your benevolence. Would you mind if I asked you some questions? Humph. Alright. Oh boy, we get to ask her benevolence questions. You fool! Why have you put the Tome of Secrets before me? What's the big deal? Stay back. Come no closer. Hey, this thing's actually pretty useful. Looky here, benevolence. It's the Tome of Secrets. If you do not desist this instant, I shall have you put to death for the crime of blasphemy. Sorry. If looks could kill, I already be dead. That was funny. That was funny. That was good flavor text. Alright, now we gotta talk to her. Tome of Secrets. This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Hello, Matt. Yeah, that's right. I'm an ace attorney. Oh. If you insist. Nana! What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the Purification Rite. Very important. What's written inside? Eventually, Matt, eventually. Very important? What's written inside? Yes, yes. Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience. Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Kurinist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. And the Battle of the Action Heroes fans. Hey, famous adventurer. Lady Kira's real name. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in the crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Kurinism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The Queen has a secret art? Humph, it is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. In Kurinism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. The Queen's secret art. Could you tell me about this secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and took to Quirinianism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature, who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature, driven from their own land. Gasp and Pain definitely fit that bill. Yeah, but they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Rafa's spiritual power. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination science takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. Uh-oh. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop. The divination science was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. This is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion? That'd be a sight to see. Someday, I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination science is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Karayan. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. I'm going to ace that test to become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down. It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are ye quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course, my mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Karayan would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third rate. Irk. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there! After him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? Uh-oh. What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait, May 11th, Korean Bazaar. Wow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I injured it. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Ah, Mr. Wright. Hey, Albie. That's a rebel. Have you seen him? Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? No. 1 second. Have you seen that escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. A rebel could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Let's talk to Albie. Any ideas? Have you noticed anything around here? I haven't seen the escaped prisoner, but I did notice how slow you run, sir. It's just the high elevation. I'm out of breath before I know it. What to do? The police said the escaped prisoner vanished right around here. There aren't any real good hiding places, so where could he have gone? Maybe he melted into the crowd. You should be careful, your benevolence. You need not tell me that. I am not a child after all. Okay, okay. That is the Plume Punisher strat. There's only one in the entire world. Excuse me, everybody. Oh. Excuse me. I need to light my hand real quick. I got some wet towelettes. Okay. Yeah, we got some of these, yeah, we're good. Alright. Okay. Oh, do you know a lot about the Plume Punisher? Yeah, this is the Plume Punisher strat. There's only one in the entire world. Oh, do you know a lot about the Plume Punisher? Of course! She's a real hero to the people. The ratings for the show must be through the roof. They are. It reached 100% viewership at one point. 100%? Well, when there's only one TV channel in the entire kingdom, oh, that explains it. Yep, that explains it. That's the dagger that was used in the Rite. It's said that Lady Kira once wielded it. In addition to that dagger, there are many other items that are said to have been hers. Really? Like what? There's the obvious stuff like swords, spears, and other weapons. But there are other, more interesting items, like her favorite hat and her favorite pillow. Her pillow? Yes, they say if you use it, Lady Kira will ensure you have a restful slumber, as long as it's not eternal. Alright, just looking for more flavor text. Alright. Yeah, you wouldn't know nothing about this. Alright. Let's look over here. It's a poster. It looks like some kind of Kuraini superhero. Why do all superheroes look the same, regardless of where they come from? And this tricky spot right here, everybody. That manhole cover, it's open. Oh. Whoa. What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. A Rebel if he had something with the Rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I got something with Mr. A Rebel scent on it. Something he might have touched. And we do. Let us present the brand new flag. Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. Uh-oh. I think he's picked up a scent. Oh, there goes Shadow. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait. Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove Maya innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She has already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see. Okay, I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You, lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Oh, yay, Shadow. Be careful. Wait, Come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Oof. Wham. Ah! Sounds like he got punched. Oof. Ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then... Oh, you finally came to. Ah! I remember that face anywhere. Yep, that's a rebel. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There could be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Freaks! Hello, Chuck. That's a rebel. He's a rebel. This was the dude we cross-examined yesterday, except he was anonymous. And he also made a run for it. All right. Yikes. Sorry it got a little rough to get back there. Ya were the cops. Why you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Oh man. Woo! I thought he was going to kill me. I'll pass on the apple, thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait. Back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office? What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Karian's public enemy #1 is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Karian. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Tarust and me, and his acolyte Parazalot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. This guy. Alright. Here goes. I think before I talk to him, can I examine? Ah, here we go. Time for Silly achievement time. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I ask. I'm afraid of what I might find. Alright. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Dirk's law book added to the court record. Branding it with the defiant dragon's mark demonstrates the strength of Dirk's convictions. He must have done a ton of research into the Defense Culpability Act. He practically wore out the entire section. Oh my. A knife thrown at the Queen Garrett. There's a knife driven deep into the photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. I better remember to stay on their good side. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. A Rebel? Something wrong with flowers? Oh no! It's just a traditional thing in Korean. It's a traditional thing here in Korean. Pay it no mind. Alright. This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Oh, look at this photo, everybody. Wow. This was taken about 20 years ago. Wow. These two kids here look so familiar. Where have we seen them before? Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center? He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi, a young Nayuta Sanmari. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sanmari. Prosecutor Sanmari is Dirk's son? There he is. Yudi was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. You could say that again. Dirk is battling to change Karian's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garen one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. His name's Apollo. Ah, little Apollo, everybody. Adopted sons. Apollo. Well, Apollo seems to have been adopted, but Nayuta and Dirk are related. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. Yup. He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. A Rebel's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Ah. Play on words is so fun, everybody. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. That's a rebel. XO of the Defiant Dragons. He escaped from prison. At one point, he was a paratrooper in some country's airborne unit. Let's see. What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. They grow bigger than your average lizard, which makes them fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would ya do with them? Here, try one. Pass. I'll definitely pass. You're missing out on a fine treat, my man. Somehow, I think I'll live without it. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of a sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Rebel. Guys as big and strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know. But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Ah! Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards too. Thanks, but I already ate. Man. Is that coat yours, Mr. Rebel? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color too. Wanna try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course. Bet it will look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Ack! It smells all moldy. I can't believe you fell for it. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. There's a ladder leading underground. He must have brought me in through there. But there's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Rebel has to say. Yeah. Okay, I think that's everything for now. Let's go through here. Let me check this one more time. All right. One moment, everybody. I just had to. All right. Oh, jeez. Let us talk to. That's a rebel, finally. Oh. Oh, wait. Let's present first. Is this a party gift for me leaving the rebels? No, you can't keep it. I'll just ask him what I can for now. Okay, I think he says the same thing. No matter what. Yeah, none of this is like... Alright. Yeah, he wouldn't know anything about this. Alright. It's time to talk. The High Priest's murder. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Okay then. Where were you when you came to after banging your head. By the time I came to it, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious. So I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Nope. Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime, but weren't involved in it. Got it. Dirk the attorney. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You've got to be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that will be it, actually. Your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon? Please wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead. Shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Mr. A Rebel's plan. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison. That's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. He should have tried hightailing it out of Karayan like I'm doing. Uh-oh. You're telling... You're holding back from... You're hiding something. Ah. Cyclox. Mr. A Rebels is hiding something. But I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. A Rebel? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatama on him then. Alright. It is time.
Take that!
That's his plan. Hang on, everybody. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick. And then we're gonna break these psych locks. Be right back. All right. I'm. I return everybody. I'm all refreshed. Wash my hands. All right. All right. I'm all ready. All right. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? Yeah, I could keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Didn't even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garen region. Hang on. Do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. Why, hello there, Ollie Ryden. Let me give you a shout out. Hello. I'm doing the second half of Case 3. I was wise to split this into 2 days. Compared to when I did Case 2 of Spirit of Justice, where it took me like 10 hours. Alright. Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here, in this room, if he didn't feel a thing. And that would be a Namada flower.
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurayan. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, Kiho! Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurai's way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much, I told you. I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow, I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. A brand new flag. At the usual spot, bring grub, the key to.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? No. They brought this food for you at your request. Hoo-ha-ha! So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Yeah. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub, but I was just taking advantage of him. That's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white hot flames of revolution definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside of you. Dirk's Law Book. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Oof. The Defense Culpability Act. Branding of Defiant Dragon's mark demonstrate the strength of Dirk's convictions.
Take that!
Dirk Law Book, I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be worried that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Hoo-ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in.
Take that!
When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my client's dead. Now admit it, you never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes, it's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. Heck yeah. Now, before I talk to him... Okay, never mind. I can talk to him. Mr. A Rebel's plan. I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. Oh, snap. But I think I could trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like I said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. So what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Hello there, Kelly Loud 03. I am doing well. Thank you for asking. This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. My day is going well. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yep! Plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. So, I will tell you. So, I play whatever's classified as retro, whatever's on my Steam account, and whatever's on my Nintendo Switch. And I have beaten 600 games on my stream. And so last December, I made it a little goal for myself to like stream every single mainline Ace Attorney game. And right now I'm on Spirit of Justice. This is my second time ever replaying Spirit of Justice, but it's my first time streaming it. And whatchamacallit? You play RPGs, puzzle games like Zelda, Pokemon. Nice, nice, very nice. I like Zelda series. I recently got through Majora's Mask. That was my 600th game. So far I've played, I've streamed OG Zelda, Zelda 2, Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, Ocarina of Time. I also did Dungeons of Infinity one time. I completed it on my third playthrough. That was pretty fun. Golden Orb added to the court record. Oh boy. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. A suggestion? Okay. What would you like to suggest to me? Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Lady Kira. Eh. You really enjoyed my stream? You're sure even more people will love it as I grow? The only thing missing is a custom logo and a banner. They're key to branding. Eh. And help people recognize my channel, even on offline. I'm fine with that, honestly. I'm okay. I got, I got my, you know, I got people that like, look, I have my fans. I have the people that, show up, that matter. I'm not worried about any of that. I'm just doing this as a fun thing, as a hobby. So, I'm cool. I'm fine. Anywho, are you a bot? Uh, I can't believe I fell for that. I should have known from the beginning. Hello, Suki. Nah, mate. Okay, you're not a bot. My apologies then, if you're not. Anyway. I'm just going to continue. I'm fine with what I'm doing. Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. Alright, my apologies, Kelly Loud. It's just that the wording just made it appear if you were like a bot and stuff. You have 1,000 apologies from me. And many more. Well, no, I assure you though that like I'm fine. I'm fine with what I have, honestly. Alright. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Yeah, sorry if I offended you. Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yup, she's just some lick spittle working for the Grand regime. Uh. A contemptible, fawning person who believes in a survival, obsequious manner toward authority figure to gain advantage. Wow. Hooray for new words. Yep, she's just some lickspittle working for the Grand regime. Wow. Heh, you even fought the DC Act. Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. Yeah, I saw that the other day. I was informed about it. Twilight Princess, the PC port. Maybe, maybe I'll take a gander at that somewhere down the road. That'll probably be my way of doing that. Oh. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I've got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. Oh snap. X Mega Man X Viral Nightmare is gonna have an X showcase in T87 minutes. That's cool. So he was talking about Lady Kira then? Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly. The Garand regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. An orb entrusted to me by Mr. A Rebel. It seems to be the key to the rebel hideout. Golden orb. I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'd probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Goal of the revolution. Our goal? To get rid of that evil, no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. Oh no. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Oh no. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling ya. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Kurian. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance? They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act? You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right. It's like Dirk used to say, the royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time I will prove that the insights I glean thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial, and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the headsman's axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yep. All he wants to is yep, all he wants to okay. Yep. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the defiant dragons. Oh, snap. That's a rebel. You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Yep. Uh, May 11th, Korean Bazaar. All right. Ah, fresh air, colorfulness. Whew, I finally got out of there. Mr. Wright, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Oh, Dado, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. Oh, well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Rebel was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Any ideas? Barbed head. I detect a foul odor emanating from you. Well, I did walk through the sewers, so stay back. Keep your stink to yourself. I'd be glad to leave you alone if you'd like. Who said you could walk away from me, you mutton head? Fine, I'll stick to you like glue. No, that is too close. I just can't win with her. What to do? Even after investigating the sewers, you have nothing. Well, I'm not ready to give up yet. Besides, I wouldn't say I have nothing. There's nowhere I wouldn't go if it would help Maya. So, what will it be next? Will you dive into a septic tank? Uh, if it would help Maya, I wouldn't rule it out. Stay back. I thought it was just a hypothetical. That's funny. Uh, that orb has a mesmerizing core. I must take a closer look at it. Mr. Rebel trusted me with this, so maybe I shouldn't let even Princess Rafa handle it. Your benevolence? Wouldn't you be defiled by touching an object that has been in the hands of a lawyer? I suppose so. You do know that there are no such things as lawyer cooties, right? That was funny. That was actually kind of funny. Alright. Let us go to the inner sanctum. May 11th, inner sanctum. Barbed head. You already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, in case I missed something. I probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Hmm. Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. That's funny. Alright. Yep, right there. Hang on. I just want to see. Yep. Alright. Right here. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. Yep. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape. I wonder. Yep. It's the golden orb we use.
Take that!
I knew it. Aw, snap. Secret passage. What? She must be at a loss for words, and that doesn't happen too often. Indeed, it doesn't. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, barbed head. I don't think there's. I don't think she's ready for the full reason. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything, or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see, fine, just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. Well, I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course, now shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right, you're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I'll be watching you like a warbod from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. I better hurry before she changes her mind. To the rebel hideout. May 11th. Secret hideout. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. But what about that warbod revolving door? Hmm. I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this secret. I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred space it is a desecration upon Kurinism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Rebel hideout photo. Added to the record. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. It was literally built into the inner sanctum. Now to search every nook and cranny. Barbed head. Just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time, sheesh. Alright. Let's see. I got so many things to look at. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother. What? What does it say? It is an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk. 23 years ago? He must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do. I must warn my mother at once. No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Indy is no longer able to aid the rebels. Humph. I knew that. There's a Plume Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plume Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. Look. What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plume Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plume Punisher theme song every other hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch. If I'm right, it's the Plume Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgents who use this room must be Plume Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Alright. Hang on, everybody. I'm just checking a little something something. Ah, right. Is there anything else you would like me to read, Barbed Head? Oh, let's see, how about this note? Let me see that. Konuro, Zabas, Barbar, Yak, and Ru. Wait, this looks familiar. What is it? Some kind of Kurinese spell? No, it's a recipe for Kurinese curry. I guess the rebels enjoy a home-cooked meal just like everyone else. So the achievement acquired. Yay. Yeah, you gotta check this spot twice. Even though there's a check mark, there's a hidden little piece of text there. Alright, we're good. A large stone slab. It's shaped like a magatama. It looks rather unstable. I bet it tipped over in the earthquake. What's that earthly grass-like smell? It is a smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. It looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa, the slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses the sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once. Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well. If you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. Nyeh. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? How odd. Weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, Barbed Head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Bloodless. Bloodsteel. Alright. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see. Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism. That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place. But wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry. I will come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious. Oh, Rafa. Alright. Let's see. I thought I had to check something else in here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I can flip it to alright. I already are. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Hmm. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. Yep. I thought it might help your investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped out. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminous glow. Then, I just press spacebar whenever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. Alright. Okay. There it is. This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the high priest's blood flowed in there from under the Warbot statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Oh, right. Luminal reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. Yeah, that should do it. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the Warbot revolving door passed over it? Rebel hideout photo, updated in the court record. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. There was a luminal reaction near the entrance. Yay, we did all the forensics in all the games, everybody. That's progressive, not missable. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I was supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barbed Head, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. Yeah, we're done here. We are super done here. Alright, it's time to move back to Temple. May 11th, Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Oh, whoops. I clicked on the wrong. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way. I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother. Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. Uh, hmm, what is it? Prosecutor said not. Prosecutor Sanmati has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Parezalat. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Humph. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zalat was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zalat enjoyed a meal with the high priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Karayan. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Officially clear someone of blame, a criminal charge, or an obligation declaring them innocent, often based on new evidence. Cool. Words. They're fun to learn. New words. Fun to me anyway. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right. It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Karayan find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just want to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. Oh, yeah. We're going back into court, everybody. Here we go. May 12th, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Kurayan Accused Lobby. Oh boy. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. So you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right? You bet. You look as if you did not sleep last night, barbed head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up, raring to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rayfa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Hmm, go ahead. Feign confidence now, while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. Day 12, High Court of Kurayan. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sudbody. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today, she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Harezalat. Now then, Prosecutor Sudbody, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Qurainism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, will not be punishment enough. Mm. Then what terrible fate will awaits her? Balgebokun hell, a realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Horboten. Furthermore, Gujamba. Enough, enough! I agree. My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists. I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Yeah. Now then, please continue. Minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Parezalat. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met with him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The Warbod dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the Warbod dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it.
Objection.
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused, Maya Fey, is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? The accused is innocent, and nothing can convince me otherwise. Let me get my prop. Real quick. Oh no. Hang on, everybody. I dropped something over there. No. There you are, little guy. Huh. Alright. Sorry, everybody. Okay. And let me check one more little thing. Alright. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But, well, once her benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sudbody? It is about the divination seance. Your benevolence. Stop right there, Prosecutor Sudbody. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is, I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is that we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nena! Alright. It's that time again, everybody.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Oh boy. So here's what the Saints shows with Perez a lot. His final moments. Oh wait. Hold it. Uh-oh, something's wrong. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Oh no. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, oh yeah, I forgot about this part. I must go perform a divination seance for Parezalat. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha! You never fail to impress, Prosecutor Sunbody. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Hang on, I gotta let someone out. Quiet, quiet. Shush. Be gone. Go. All these interruptions. Okay. Hopefully that will be the final interruption. Okay. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly take such a Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crime. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Maya, please. You're not helping. How dare you? The voice of a Batama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter arguments without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sadmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you... I will not forget this barbed head. This will not be the last you see of me. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Okay. We got Emma. Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky. I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all, but you must let them go and move on. I smack you across the face myself. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. I, I, I can't do this. Ah, no eating the sacred hall of justice. Miss Sky, yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out, eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. Witness testimony. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Perezalot. He had been training under the High Priest and living in his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Believe in Me, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in her testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zalat, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. And press we shall. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was praised a lot.
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zalat? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the high priest's star disciple. Furthermore, he had been training under the high priest living in his house for the past 2 years.
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zalat praying under the high priest's instruction. I see. So the results of the police investigation seem to check out. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the high priest.
Hold it!
Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but
Objection!
that verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zalat because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. That's not true. I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's fact now. Maya, you mentioned that Emma's testimony might hold a clue as to why the Saiyans failed. I did, but it's really just a hunch. That might mean there was a mistake made during the investigation. It would have to be information that would impact the Saiyans. What could it be? The High Priest's widow, believe in me, has identified the victim's body.
Hold it!
Was Miss Indy's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. He also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination Saiyans failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. Parazalot is a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. Oh, yeah. If he was using a forged ID, and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Kurayan. An illegal immigrant? Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. I had always thought that Acolyte Zalat was Kuraides. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Of course, add it to the testimony. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Korean illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Korean either. Oh boy. Now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Don't worry. We have it. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. And the evidence that we speak of is here, in the crime photo.
Objection!
That's a semi-tricky one there. Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Koreanese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Koreanese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proves the victim was Koreanese. Right here. The tattoo on the back of his neck.
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Boom. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korea. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya, right now we have bigger fish to fry. I have to resist the urge. Peaches, 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 peaches. Yes. Yeah. After the trial, Maya. Right now, we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say. Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Namely, the tattoo on the high priest's brow. Oh my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Koreanist clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Koreanist clergy Clergy Bear. Hey, you're right. Hmm. Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock. Oh my god, Judd. That is entirely too much information. Your Majesty. TMI, Your Majesty. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze me. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. Real Nemu. Real name. Let us move on. He became a monk 20 years ago. And that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that till we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, barbed head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess, because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. Humph. You will regret ever thinking you can use my sacred insights as evidence.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
More time. From the top. There we go. Yeah, I forgot that little tidbit because we didn't know his real name. Parezarat is not his real name. His name is real Nemo. Jinjo, Plume Punisher theme, heavy, pain. What the heck? It's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my! It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Parezalat was the victim's true name. Yeah, real name. Real Nemu. Oh. And now at last, we have seen the victim's final moments. Yeah, no, I remember. I actually forgot that little plot detail. Yeah, the Saiyans failed, the pool didn't flash at the end of the dance. Yeah, but all we could see was the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any father for one of your infamous turnabouts. Yeah. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha. A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Samadi, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strat. When you press the Magatama on the Plume Punisher's belt, ah! It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This strap is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world. Maya, no! Oh no. It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before, either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination science is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objections.
Objection!
Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination science? Yes. Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination science is not the absolute truth. It only becomes a truth after it's been interpreted correctly. Grr, you do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Insight. Oh boy. Rafe is insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then, someone was there, and the theme to the plume punisher filled the air. That rhymes. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in his final moments. Her benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased's sensations very carefully. Yep, we shall. Because these are tricky. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the plume punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. Let's go back. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Jinjo? Present.
Objection!
Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. The only problem is, the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says, Ginjil? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any Ginjil on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Ginjil on the night of the rite. Believed statement. A statement about the Feast of Blessings that was held the day before the rite. The family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with Jinjo. These dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Jinjo-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time, the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of Jinjo pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh, right. I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy reports will have to be revised. The autopsy report has been updated. Okay. Cause of death was a spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon. Yep. Updated autopsy report. The time of death this time is 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. There you go. Yeah. Barbed head, you blinded me with science. You blinded me with the science. That's a song by Thomas Dolby. That's so funny. Sorry? Wait, what am I apologizing for? Hmm. No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused's prints on it is so incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Oh boy. The victim was. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza's ground was visible. Blade struck true, and that instant he departed from this world. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, the change in the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Alright, so, Victor was offered of his prayers. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Right, we had to check the new statement. That's how you usually do it with these things. Wait a minute. It was the afternoon of the day. Hang on. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. So it is.
Objection!
The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Oh, you're making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now, let's focus on what is important. What the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, barbed head? There is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Rite, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Thick white ice that froze the ground from the inner sanctum to the Plaza of Devotion till yesterday has melted. Yep. The newspaper shows this,
Take that!
tells this. This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick, white ice the day before the Rite. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise, your argument is worthless. About that. I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, barbed head? Giving up already? Not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? This shows where the victim was killed. Over here. The rebel hideout photo. Dun dun dun.
Take that!
The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout. There was so much place anywhere on the floor. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments, if not the floor on the rebel hideouts? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. Right here. Where what was the last thing the victim saw? Right here, where the fingerprints are.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. Oh, hang on, everybody. Wow, that hurt. There we go. We're good. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
that does agree with the Saiyans' vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Indeed, what evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong to? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside. So we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. Oh boy. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Parezalot, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There, I will deliver a joyous sermon onto you for 8 hours straight. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So, when we thought we saw Akalat Zalat praying during the rite, he was already dead. Oh snap. Ah! Yup, dude was already dead. And that's not all. If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And what would that be? How the time of death was made to look after than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. The Inner Sanctum. Oh wait, hold up. The Inner Sanctum photo.
Take that!
Why? These are photos of the Inner Sanctum? I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
That's enough!
The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent. What of her fingerprints on the dagger? And the plume Punisher deemed the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? Ah, I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well. Let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo. Oh. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The plumed Punisher theme. The plumed Punisher theme. And how do you intend to support such a claim? Easily. Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song, other than my client's strap. It wasn't a strap. Is this true? Yep. The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. What played the Plume Punisher theme? The freaking clock.
Take that!
This is a Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off. What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Oh. Ugh, do not twist the facts of your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Revised statements. The victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. It was the afternoon of the day before the rite. The blade struck true, and that instant he departed from this world. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. Ugh. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there is to be an inconsistency? Humph. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. All right. Let me do a little save real quick. So, let's see. So, the victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Heavy. Oh, wait. Whoops. Hold on. All right. Select. Touch.
Objection!
There we go. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer, but he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Oh, let me see. I'll be about Zalat before the rite. See how he prays in the cold without moving a muscle. Yeah, Oh, that was a while ago. Hmm. Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Eep! Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zalat felt? Any thoughts, Maya? I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zalat's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envision the state Zalat was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the falling stone slab. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Oh, the stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Right, that was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection.
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather, he was stabbed. Oh, yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. Hmm, how could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged a dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't that we thought wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout, but the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. That he must have been stabbed at the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Something that had a shape similar to the Warbod's dagger. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Over there, something sharp.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest's murder? Or are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden herein? This is what really took Parazalot's life. The literal Warbod statue. What really took Zalat's life? Yeah, right here, this whole thing.
Take that!
But that is the Warbot statue. Exactly. The Warbot statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. This is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecilic fool. The statue is outside the hideout. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbot statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. A switcheroo. To put it simply, it's a revolving door. A revolving door. Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered a secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbot statue was right behind him. Oof. This cannot be. Ouch.
That's enough!
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Gah. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbod statue was what killed the victim. Warbod statue added to the court record. Its sharp protruding feathers took Perezalot's life. It's also a revolving door. Now that we know how Acolyte Zalat really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How could this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, your benevolence. The point excuse as you find the original person that does the point. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Nah. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But... Anita. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Oh no. Your benevolence. Are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. Oh no. As you wish. Oh. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned. Now that we have. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zalat was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer, but only after the Warbod dagger was thrust into him to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zalat's body with the dagger and moving it to the plaza was to make it look like a serial murder. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Oh no.
サトライマオマどもさましで足し抜けたれかせよそのか
No symbols, though. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. Swiss cheese. Or just normal cheese. Cheese wedge. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. Jeez. What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the Rite. But Acolyte Zalat had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed a stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life. When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Samane has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zalat's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too? I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter to his argument with. And I still haven't disproved the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Kurian. But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zalat the day before the Rite? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Rite can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout, and the only person who was involved with the Rite had access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel is... Did somebody come to mind? Yes, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from the sacred hall? No. I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Samadhi will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Parezalat's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... Trust in me.
Take that!
There had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum. And who knew of the hideout? And that would be the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the Rite. Yep. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? No, Wait a second. Could this actually work? Yes. Oh no. Don't tell me I have some of my breakfast coffee between my teeth. No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty? Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling. Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilegious. May the Holy Mother strike him down. Peace. I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garen can perform. and Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It is about heavy. It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karayan. Oh, you're fine, Astro Dude. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Karayan. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not become a Master of Karayan. Than not becoming a Master of Karayan. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits. Even her benevolence, Princess Rafa, finds the divination science to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen, Pearlfey, but she's not here. That will be me. Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is capable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin. Your benevolence? This is an outrage. An outrage, I say. First, you make a mockery of the divination science, and now spirit channeling? Her benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head. Spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Look, he does. Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Oh, don't worry. It's not like she's gonna accidentally channel Dahlia Hawthorne or anything. She's busy birdie in hell. While an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sanmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. That might not work, Chuck, because... So Maya would channel Mia, but You can only they can only channel like one spirit per host. Like you can't channel like more than one spirit. And something that wouldn't even work for Pearl either. But don't worry, everybody. Maya's gonna show. Maya got really good. You just want to see 3D Mia? Sorry. Hate to break it to you, Chuck, but we cannot see. They didn't make a 3D model for Mia. Mia's taking a back seat. This is Maya's time to shine. May 12th. High Court of Karayan. Accused Lobby. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. 0 out of 10 stream. How dare. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing. Actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Oh boy. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you'll never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abbott Ibby's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so. But he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt I'll be as cut and dried as all that. I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Boosh. Things are about to... Hang on. May 12th. High Court of Karayan. Here goes. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Get up. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Karayan for 2 years now. So that one day, I will be the master of Karayan, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte fractioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Shut up. Okay, your benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Do your thing, Maya. Oh, spirit of trust in me. Return now to the world of living. Things are about to get weird. What is this place? Oh, spirit of trust in me, slumbering in the twilight realm. Return now to the world of living. Dude, I'm telling you, yes. Hey, she's literally channeling the spirit of the dead dude. This is no trick. I mean, it's a cool trick. Things are about to get weird, Chuck. You haven't seen nothing yet. Stick around. Hmm? What is this place? Oh my. No! This cannot be! Orkumika! It's the High Priest! The accused really can channel spirits! I don't believe it! The accused's spiritual power is the real deal! Go, Maya! I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. But it is. I must step out now before I forget myself. Yeah, go away. Abbot in me. Will this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this? Luxurious mane of hair. It is perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Sure, buddy. Abbot in me? My, but if it isn't his majesty, have you too shuffled off that mortal coil? Please, do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. But the spirit medium, Maya Fey, has brought you back among us today. Why? Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Hell? A person's hairstyle or a particular manner of arranging the hair, often referring to an elaborate, fashionable, or in some cases formal style. Coiffure.
Coiffure.
Coiffure. Okay. Hooray for new words! The splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste. If you would excuse me. It's fine, everybody. It's fine. Don't freak out. There! That is better. Are you okay, Chuck, if you're still there? Stop. He puts on light. Can we get this? Can we get to his testimony now? And I wish he kept his top on. Why? You're that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder. That is troubling indeed. Oh my god. Ah! What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Yeah. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Parazalot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. I don't think Maya's gonna feel a thing. Because, like, after, I was gonna say, well, actually, after Maya, when she was possessed by Dahlia, she was physically exhausted. But when she channeled every other spirit at a 30% rate, like, she was okay. And then Pearl was fine, and then Mia was fine, after she got channeled. Maya will be fine after this. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout, hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zanot? He has been killed? Who will do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Abbott, trust in me. Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing! To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose! He's still worthy of our veneration, even if he is a rebel. Praise to be to the Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Mother! Or my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kurianism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? All right. Abbot Inmi, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and the acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who have been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Rite. Maya's shoe? Being that, I was dead until just a moment ago. My memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Samati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? Ha 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 ha! It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot Inby, your testimony, if you please. Yes. Yes, of course. Oh boy. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home. Yes, That did, yeah, I forgot that little detail. Maya was exhausted from channeling Dahlia because it was 2.5 days straight. That is right. And hello there, Fabio. And also, yes, Fabio, they are allowed. I think. Well, not normally, but in this universe, yes. Anywho, we're gonna go ahead and continue, shall we? Anywho, let me give you a little shout out. All right. First past, I have an card alibi for the time during which the murder took place, just past noon on the day before the rite. I was entertaining guests in my home, at my home, and I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zalat was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what will be the best angle of attack? Why, for this part, the best angle of attack is to press every statement, of course, right after I get this flavor text. How am I going to attack his alibi? Maya, what do you... Oh, right. She's kind of busy right now. What? Is there something on my face? Hmm? No, not at all. I'll just have to start chipping away at that statement about his alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Korayan itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of... Hang on. We have plenty of courtroom dramas and TV. Alright. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the rite, I was entertaining guests at my home.
Hold it!
Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guests could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you misremembered. God, do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Mnemonic. Memory aid a technique designed to help the brain encode and retrieve information more easily. Alright. I may have died, but my memories are up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it is channeled? Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all the memories it had in life. Ah, there's nothing better than enjoying Jinjil cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Malodorous. Having an unpleasant, offensive, or bad smell. Jeez. Alright. Right. And I believe my guests can corroborate this.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbot Inby. Lady Inby's cooking cannot simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zalot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Catch Them All. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. Huh. Cool. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? As sure it can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zalat? His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmi's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? Why, there is. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony. There is? Well, then perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. He knew the time of the crime. After Abbot Inmi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zalat was murdered. Now that you mention it, despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zalat was dead when you were still alive. Hurrah! Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. Satora. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Christ prayer. Huh? Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual, even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing there? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device? It starts recording whenever it detects movement. And I heard just such a recording after his majesty and his family left. If you look at the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff. Yes, your majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the high priest's home. At once, your majesty. The power of Kurai-nest prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Abbot Inmi to continue with his testimony. Very well. Oh, snap. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zanat and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence. Hmm. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya was here. She has a way of putting me at ease. Oh. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still Kurai-nest holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the high priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind! As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Okay. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording? Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been at serious trouble if my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Koreanism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the warbot over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zanat and Acolyte Faye.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zalat and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Perde Zalat proven to be a fake name. His real name was Rio Nemo. His real identity was that of a Kurai-nest monk. I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove? I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zalat. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Could I have him add that testimony? Could I have that statement to his testimony? No, leave it alone. It's probably not that important. So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with his magistry and his family at the time. Now that I have proven that soundness of my alibi, I believe it is about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. I'll just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. And that'll be the first statement. I was entertaining his magistry and his family when the crime occurred.
Hold it!
You were entertaining his magistry and his family during the crime? Indeed. My wife Marie was treating them to her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day? Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inmee. Should I have Abbot Inmee add that statement to his testimony? Have him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. My wife Marie was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured hot and spicy and melton malt. They are both traditional Koreanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Hot and spicy, I know, but melton malt? Malton malt? I am not sure about that. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes. The exquisite zest of hot and spicy, and the supreme texture of melton malt. Lady Envy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. Now, once his majesty and his family had left, let's go to that new statement.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, this is the old statement. We're going to have him add this part of the testimony about the stone slab. Have him add it. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zalat. It must have felt so heavy.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zalat's death? Yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zalat's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Zashere Matbi Yoma. Zashere Matabi Yoma. Zashere Matabi Yoma. I had high hopes for that young man's future. Za Shire Batabi Yoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? Mr. Wright, do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Inby, did you stop by the rebel hideout after his magistrate left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body, it was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So, when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. So the stone slab had been put back in place. Rebel hideout photo updated. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. It is just as Abbot Inby saw it after the incident. And there's a blood stain. Mr. Wright, is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait. I need just a little more time. If you insist. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zedat. It must have felt so heavy.
Hold it!
Yes. Yeah, it was the new statement. I doubt there's much more testimony I could wring out of him by pressing, and I can tell the judgment is growing impatient. There have been some changes in both the testimony and the evidence. That means there could very well be an inconsistency somewhere. I've got to find it before he returns to the Twilight Realm. Maya was not denied of any burgers. Maya's just channeling this dude's spirit. I assure you. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zalat. It must have felt so heavy.
Objection!
Rabbit Inby, you said, and I quote, poor Zalat. It must have felt so heavy. Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. Uh-oh. The fact is, of course a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zalat, impaling him on the Warbod statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divine divination seance earlier. Will the defense please get to the point? My point is simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the high priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Ooh, look at that. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. Oh, snap. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the high priest spirit shaking his boots, or should I say, sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbot Inby was with his majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zalat was killed, something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The high priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the high priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zalat's killer is... Malibin B.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Miss Inme at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Miss Inby might have killed Acolyte Zalat.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zalat. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Miss Inby could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zalat, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It will follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Miss Inby killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Hold it. Yikes! You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Erk, yikes. I have never seen the high priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inby stated, and the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inby, your wife, Lady Inby, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. Hold it. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Yes, she is currently pregnant. Ah, I completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me, an acolyte zealot, was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inby. What? Surely, the accused possessed the strength. Or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well. Abbot Inby. May I ask you to explain it to this future-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. I've got the power. I've got the power. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, well. Hi. Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. We're good. We're great. We're fine. Well, well. It would assuage your anger. Then, by all means, please testify. Witness testimony. Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit's medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Ah! Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. Oh no. Come back to haunt her. Case 2-2 when she tried to channel, you know, it was in 2-2 Turner Gray. Turner Gray was still alive. He was trying to confess to get Maya to channel Mimi, Mimey, but we know how that whole case goes. That was a that was a messy case. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Oh, by the way, everybody, this is the final testimony. Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? This is not good. I'll have to prove she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Acolyte Faye channeled Lady Kira's spirit.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it.
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. That it would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend have been channeled? The real Lady Kira of legend. That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. Then again, the people of Karayan believe legends to be true. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us.
Hold it!
Lady Kira is an actual person? Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels, much bigger and stronger than herself? There is no way to prove that. But to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Kurainism itself. It is not for us to question, we must simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you Conan. Lady Kira's gonna strike you down. Oh, I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims of some evidence. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman.
Hold it!
A strength far beyond any mortal woman. And just how strong would that be? You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound? It was pretty deep, and there was a tremendous amount of blood. And while Acolyte Zalat was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira. Maya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira? Okay, yeah. Alright, so, this statement right here, she is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. Oh, really? Tome of Secrets. A tome given only to the one who will play the role of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. The priestess acting as Lady Kira's representatives must know her name, and that name is Imsan. Speaking this name is unforgivable. Lock this known knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Alright, and here it is. We present the Tome of Secrets on this statement.
Objection!
The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Have it in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my client couldn't have channeled Lady Kira. Why couldn't Maya have channeled Lady Kira? Well, it's because Lady Kira wears a mask.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. Yep. It can't be. Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my. Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. God. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think! The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Miss Indy was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. A rebel is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with, Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as a rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go out and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Hoorays a lot.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Hoorays a lot! What's this? The High Priest's murder disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Yup. Peace. I say peace. The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is, at least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Miss Inby or any of the other possibilities. That leaves a lot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zalat was posing as Lady Kira is this. Lady Kira's warning. A warning from Lady Kira to Abbot Inby. Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. Do not perform the rites. I know what you are planning. Lady Kira.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zalat was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Samadi, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there is another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zalat could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Miss Inby, and there's only one possible motive. What if Miss Inby is a rebel? What? B, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zalat. And the plumed Punisher's theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Hmm. Hmm. Was Lady Indy a rebel? And did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zabat? Or was Acolyte Zabat a rebel? And was the accused the Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? Hold it. The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. What's gotten into him? Ha Abbott in me. Just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the Plume Punisher clock, you say? Humph. That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Wait, you don't mean... Indeed. We leave the alarm switched off at all times. No! In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused Strap, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That plumed Punisher, that plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zadat heard in his final moments. I too heard it, by the way, of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in me was channeled. All right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right, we set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. They went. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. Steel Samurai's theme uses the taiko drums, not the plumed Punisher. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means. And let us also return Abbott in me's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now, hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes. The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is. Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul, writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with that statement about the taiko drum intro. Dun dun dun. The Plume Punisher strap.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with his statement. My client's plumed Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plume Punisher, Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it, if not the Plume Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zalot heard the Steel Samurai theme that has the taiko drums. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zalot actually heard in his final moments was the theme of the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak of? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher theme is a total rip, it's very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zalot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards. That's right. Miss Faye met an avid plumed Punisher fan here in Korean. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. And this avid Plume Punisher fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zalot? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down. That is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence, if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Miss Inby was the one who killed Acolyte Zalot is this. The family photo.
Take that!
It's right here, in this family photo. Proof that Miss Indy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection.
A family photo? And what exactly should we be looking at here? The proof that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right here. Over here, what proves Believe traded with Maya. Look, it's the Steel Samurai watch.
Take that!
Look at Miss Indy's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Arg! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zalat was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap, and Miss Indy had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his family moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss Indy was wearing. Hold it. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty.
Satura! Satura ima o mandomo samashi de tashi no ketare gase o soro ka!
Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. The use of clever, dishonest, tricky tactics. Cool. Alright. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, all right. It's like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is, as you said, and Lady Indy, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zalat, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Ack, how could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddled your putrid brain? Ack, I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure it out. Who really killed the High Priest? Alright, time to nail this home. If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the High Priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Maya's testimony. The spring was stained red before the Rite. Oh, right. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the Rite even began. The spring was already red before the High Priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the Rite, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second. The High Priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? It was to keep the hideout hidden. He wanted to keep the hideout secret. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the Rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the Rite? Did he want to set up the scene during it? Use the Rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of the blood in the spring? He used his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was... Trust himself. Suicide. Trust death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Yup. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Or... What? What's this? The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd.
Objection!
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Ah, after the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Faith, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sunbody says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. But what if the dagger was also already in him at the time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum because Trust died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means, what does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection!
But no weapon was never found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, would the defense clear to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. The Warbot statue.
Take that!
What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right. It was the Warbot statue. Polonka! You believe that the statue claimed both victims' lives. He thrust himself into the statue. Yeah, that can also be seen like that. He thrust himself into the statue. Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? Nagaga. No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Hold it. Hold it. Wyatt. Hold it. Wyatt. It's believe in me. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Hold it. Believe. No. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot Inby, let your wife speak. Now, Lady Indy, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Pare was slain. That sound, it's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea it would come to this. Oh, stop. She knows not what she speaks. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Ah! Oh no. Abbot in me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there is no need to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Miss Indy, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the rite, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Datz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zealot suddenly appeared. Yes. Pare was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zealot did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Miss and me. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was praised a lot? Yes. He was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Oh man. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. Messed up. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the crown is still murder. Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered. What was that supposed to mean? Let's just say, I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I'd watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude, like one of them dragon dupes. His little trick was praise a lot. The trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. Yep, Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. Sorry, Rifa, but your dad's a scumbag. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rifa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kirita's clergy members received. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder? Yep. Keys. Now, Lady Inby, please continue. Hooray suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed that stone slab toward him with all my might. Oh. What I never meant for what happened next to occur. Hold it. Self-defense. Allow me to take it from here. Abbot Inby, are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that, but you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please, we need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zalat, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, for it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose. Knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It is perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. We do treasure our prayer time after all. So you make me try to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. Messed up. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. How did you get Miss Fay's fingerprints in the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbod statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. Wow. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me, as I fell back onto the ground. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't to have committed suicide, simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sanmari, as one well versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system? Miss Inmi's crime? Your suicide? It can't be. That will be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. Right here. The Defense Culpability Act. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zalat in self-defense. I know, Chuck, I know. Circumstantial evidence supports Miss Inmi's killing of Acolyte Zalat in self-defense. However, It will be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Kurayan, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Wardbod statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Hold it! But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me, your benevolence. But it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I would have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you, an acolyte Faye, is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Oh, very well. Hold it! Your benevolence! Please, allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Miss Inme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. Don't worry, Chuck. There's some modesty in the channeling. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Aww. I know it's strange, the channeling, but this is nice. Gets to see his wife one last time. He goes off to the Twilight Realm. Aww. Farewell, my darling Tarust. Yeah, Abbot, trust in me. See? All good. The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya, I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. But what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love, and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. The hell of that law. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Tristan believes goodbye genuinely made you cry, and Maya facilitating and made you wish even more than she had gotten a similar moment in 3-5. Yeah, it's heavy stuff, dude. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. Now, to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against him, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey, and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. And this is Karayan's confetti, I suppose. The butterflies. It's nice. Everyone's purified, I suppose. Yay. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. High Court of Karayan. Accused lobby. Oh wow. May 12th was yesterday. 4:20. Don't worry, Chuck. We're going back to Japan, California tomorrow, but we're gonna have to come back here in the final case. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the high priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo, protect the status quo, and join the revolution. Or protect the status quo, or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Their benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How can I possibly be alright? Still tsundere. Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teachings, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with a victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time, you overturned my insights. It was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rifa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the Mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. What? Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do that, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. It was spirit channeling, not a divination science that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? Is it worth at least a laugh or two? You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence, you were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. And a lot more. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. That's right. Acknowledge Maya Fey. A future queen? And a future village master? I guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. Spirit of justice. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. Stop. Jacob Fatu, tongue and death grip. Oh man, I saw that segment. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your benevolence. As Crown Princess, you're destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. She has. Oh, snap! Boom! What was that? Oh, it came from the hallway! Smoke! We better go check it out! Hurry! Oh, Miss Indy. Mr. Wright. Acolyte Faye. I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. Oh, snap. That's a cool. Oh, Chuck. In this, as of now, Maya is currently 28. Um, she's like mm, her older sister. She's older than Mia Fey now. Yep, she's 28 now. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the death of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Envy, we gotta hurry. That voice, is that Mr. A Rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents, charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW. I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? Oh, hi, Dirk. This dude. The leader of the rebels, the Defiant Dragons. Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him. Don't let them get away. Oh, snap. The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Plume Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. She's still Maya. She's still Maya. She's still Maya. But Maya's cool though. I mean, she's always been cool, like as in she knows her duty now. He is definitely ready to be the future master of the Karayan. All right. Oh man. Yep, that was a good case. It was a long one, but it was a good one. Messed up, all things considered. All right, so let me bust out my little trivia here before I head on out of here. So, yeah, I know I touched it up again, but I like touching it up anyway. Trust in Me, his English name's a play on Trust in Me, corresponding to his wife, Believe in Me. His Japanese name, Marumeru Atamu. His Japanese name comes from Marumeru, meaning to make bald, and Atama, meaning head, forming the phrase Marumeru Atama, meaning shaved head. Real Nemu Parezabat. Real Nemu, it's a play on real name. Much like his Japanese alias, his full English alias is a play on praise a lot. This is referenced in Believe in Me's line. Pare always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I have ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. It is likely also a play on pray zealot, which also roughly has the same meaning. His Japanese name, Fonmyo and Ogamu Maniche. His Japanese real name comes from Honmyo, which means real name. His Japanese alias comes from the verb ogamu, which means to worship, and Meinichi, which means every day. This fits his apparent religious status, since his full name would therefore mean worship every day, although the dude was a faker. Believe in Me is a play on Believe in Me, and her Japanese name is Saru Atama. Her Japanese given name comes from Sarusara, which means flowy or silky, referencing her silky hair, and her name contrasts her husband, whose name means to make bald. And her Japanese surname comes from Atama, meaning head. That's a rebel. Anonymous TBD. That's a rebel. Play on, that's a rebel. It could also be a play on that's horrible, alluding to his former reputation as an alleged murderous rebel, or on That's Our Ball, referencing the struggle over the founder's orb. That may also come from his Japanese given name, Datsu, and anonymous, his English alias while suffering amnesia. It's a play on anonymous, while TBD is an abbreviation for to be determined. Datsu Dinigeru Nanashino Gonbai Kari. His full Japanese name comes to the phrase Dato de Nigeru, which means fleeing as fast as I can, which is befitting his status as a revolutionary on the run from the law. And his Japanese alias while suffering amnesia comes from Nanashi no Gande, which roughly means John Doe, which is a generic name used when a subject's true identity is unknown or withheld for legal reasons, and is fitting for an amnesiac man and a revolutionary in disguise. Let's see. Is there anything else? Ah, yes. Lady Kira. Her English name is a play on killer, and Imsen comes from her Japanese name, Torihime Ibusan. Her Japanese name literally means bird princess, and Imusan can look like Butsu-san, which means Buddha. That's cool. I wish Lady Kira was real, except she's not. She's just a legend. Maybe. Eh. Anywho, so everybody, tomorrow. Hope you're all ready for tomorrow because, oh look, little preview there. Yeah, I think you all probably know one of the reasons why I'm excited. I mean, this dude right there. But yeah, tomorrow is Clown Girl. Yes, tomorrow is the Clown Girl. Yeah, I know how much people like that particular meme or whatever. Oh, yeah, it's silly. Oh boy, oh boy. All right, everybody, that's gonna do it for me. I am super out of here, and I'm gonna head on out to somebody. That somebody is going by the name of Pranzo. Pranzo is going to recap. Well, he actually has been doing it for the past hour. He's recapping his entire trip to FWA. He was in suit and everything. Cute. All right. So, we're going to go on out to that dude, that Wolfamute. So, anywho, I got people to think. Excuse me. All right, everybody. Before I head on out, I got people to thank. A decent list today. I'd like to thank Master Remastered, Astro Dude 1987, Upside Down Matt, Famous Adventurer, Chuckman 315, Ollie Ryden, thank you for the raid by the way, Kelly Loud, O3, Suki Zero, Fabio, and Running Wild Vigia. And to everybody out there that was lurking, thanks for lurking. I appreciate the lurk. All right. Well, time to get on out of here. Let me we're gonna go on out to the theme I started with, and the theme we're gonna go out with. My FA. Turnabout Sisters theme, 2001. Tomorrow is gonna be nothing but court. And that's another, like, yeah, it's nothing but court, everybody. Okay, everybody, thank you all for watching. And remember to, you know, go in peace. And look forward to whatever they make. Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk versus the Plume Punisher. That's silly. So very, very silly.